And good morning. Good morning. Huh. And then again. Sorry, I was going to switch to the other screen, but the capture card isn't kicking in for some reason. Did I put that in the wrong port over there? Maybe. That'd be silly. It's not that. Huh. Well, this what we have at the moment. Let's fix that. Because that's obviously not right. Actually, where'd the whole webcam bit go? Well, oh, hold on. Okay, I see me now. But where? Ah, there we go. All better. Hey, morning, Ms. Enocron. How you doing? You know what I forgot? Music. All it takes is wait. Oh, you're having a bad time trying to print a spring in PET. Oh wow, a spring. Spring? Oh yeah, yeah. We'll get the mustache going. I don't know if we're going full handlebar, but we'll see. A flat spring. Oh, okay. Yeah. Getting blobs though, huh? Is that think you can fix that with how do you keep your filament dry? Or how do you dehydrate your filament? Bindings. Okay, yeah, it's plural. Plural there. Back over here to the template. There we go. And then run a mini flare. We should be able to get rid of this section then. Let's see. A drawing box. WebPTG is known for blobbing. I should probably print it in something else. Okay. Let's just go to login. Login's an easy one. Okay. Very good. Okay, so that died at path. Same place, but it appears as though we actually... Yep. Don't need the second bug. I'm gonna go over to MiniFlare or GitHub. Where? Let's close out some of these. I was using classes instead. Findings. That's closed. Bye-bye on that. Okay, but there's one that we have to work around. Moment. Okay. So in our URL handler, oops, here, there we go. Currently in MiniFlare, it is possible and probable to get a URL that doesn't actually start with protocol. So why did the stadium get hot after the game? Because all the fans left. Yeah. MiniFlare's actually doing pretty well. Good morning. How you doing, Aisha, dude? All right. So we need this to handle two different situations. And these would become optional. Ooh. Because if URL, this URL here, MiniFlare currently gives us in durable objects the URL without the protocol, hostname, etc. It starts at the path. Hey, Cyanide for dinner. How you doing? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Make these optional. We'll have a proto. It'll be none. Same with hostname. You were, let's say, working on an in-browser code editor. So I don't know under blah blah blah. Which out of Go and Rust has better compatibility, performance, and conversion to WASM? I don't know enough to be able to compare them. So I'm not familiar with the Go toolchain. and how it compiles to WASM. How are we going to deal with this here? Yeah, that should be possible. Or Transat. Well, multi-threading is upcoming because that depends on workers. And I don't know the status of it, but I saw something about it the other day. Yeah, you're welcome. Welcome. We have a situation for this where we need to make sure that this works. And all this is going to break. Gross. Okay, let's do this. Hey, Dad, what's that? How's it going? Gonna make our URL slightly more complicated. And the Twitch UI has gotten all colorful. Gotten much more colorful. You can see over here, this section gone crazy color. Used to be much more muted. So in this case, we don't actually check for, do we just do a find? And here we say the protocol is required. Looks like it's going to become optional. So we can't find that. This is going to become unwrapper default. So we'll get a 0 back. For the protocol, proto here, what we're trying to capture, this is the same. If this is 0, then it's going to be none. If it's not 0, then we have a position and can set this up. So that'll be a sum. Okay. Formatter do the hard work. There we go. So that'll give us an optional protocol. Now we have to do the same thing here. See, here we're trying to get past that where the hostname start. Maybe this should be two things. We should return the proto and the hostname start. It's going to be different for each one. Position +3. Okay. So then at this point, we have the hostname start, right? We have an optional protocol that's already been handled. Now the hostname. How do we get this to be optional? Take it down to here. So that if we start looking for a // at that, we're going to get a position. If that position is the same as, well, hostname start, then there is no hostname. We're going to return two things, hostname and hostname end. Okay. So hostname will be none in this case. And hostname end is, well, position. Okay. Is that, we don't find it. What's going on here? Oh, then we're not getting a path. Huh. Yeah, because that would go from there to there. Match arms have incompatible types. Position, use size. Say, really? Oh, option. Yes, it should be a sum position. There we go. Much better. So then we have hostname end. Now for the end piece. We've made it this far. We're looking for a slash. Rest of these, that should just work. Okay. See if we can run our tests. Actually, do this slightly different. Unwrap those. Okay. And this should be none. Okay. Let's give that a test. How do we do that again? WASM pack test node something 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 dot dash dash URL maybe. Don't know. Let's see. Oh no. Sorry. 9. That's because it wants it elsewhere. So in session, yeah, we've got some other issues. I'm gonna restart this whole thing. Okay. Session. I think it was just regular source session. Yes. And that was line 89. Okay. Expected enum option stir found. Session 90. Session 31. What's at session 31? Oh, wow. Okay. Got lots of fails in there. Basic path hash. Fail. Hmm. Fancy. Was here. Okay. What if I just wanted to do one? Or do that? Like that? Hmm. And it does them all. Oh well, not gonna fight that. Let's just get it done. Okay, last one down here. Basic path query output. All right. 81. Here we go. Basically, it's saying that the left says was here and the right is W, but not in that file. So we got the protocol just fine, but the host name I had an issue with. Okay. Host name start to the position. See, that should take us all the way to the wherever it found this. Oh, it needs to be plus that. Okay. We have to make sure to include that. Let's see if that fixes that one. Hey, we got it. Okay. Yay, tests. Let's see, can we come up with another one here? Looks like it's pretty good. Although, why is this one passing? We don't have a protocol. Why is this an error? That shouldn't be an error anymore. Just a moment. Okay. So why did this not error out? Oh, because the whole thing is not an error. Did no proto run? Oh, I didn't run all the tests. Oh, it did match. Let's see. There we go. Failures, no proto. This one should now be okay. Let's just grab that, toss this down here. Something like that. Host. Oh, no, let's see. The protocol. Assert that the protocol is done. Was here as the host name. Foobar. Path. Yeah. All right. Where were we? No proto. Still fails. Why? Oh. Because I had a little bit extra in there. There was only one check before. Why did I have two? you are, little buddy. Okay. So that works for everything else. Now, all this stuff's broken. Actually, not all that. Why is it still doing that? Oh, you know what? Let's go Rust Analyzer compiling. There's a new version. Okay, that's gonna go. It looks like it's gonna go pretty quick today. Huh. Okay, so until then, let's get ready. Let's do a plug update. It's been a while. Wow. Nice. All right. Okay. Well, that's gonna take it, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. But we can hop over here. Just dig past these. Where's our errors? It'd be funny if we never actually look at Proto except for the login stuff. Or go check. Name can't be empty. How are you? Doing all right. Doing all right. All right, so it looks like that's actually going to work. Dev. Well, this will be interesting. Yep. Now you can read the text I'm sending to my wife. Two hours and 20 minutes to go. 1 hour and 20 minutes. Nice. 1 hour 20 to go, huh? All right, there we go. Looks like that's starting up okay. We're gonna try logging again. Nope. Well, yeah, no. Let's do the full login. Okay, login. Ooh, evilhalsey@gmail.com doesn't exist. That is good. That means that our fix worked. So we actually called the durable object there. Lovely. Okay, let's do a setup. So our bootstrapping. Nice. That is working out really well. Okay. And it is super snappy. Have I eaten yet? Yeah, no, I haven't eaten. Nope. After the stream, I'll probably eat. It'll be probably a bagel and cream cheese today. Bagel and cream cheese with some coffee. Oh. We are going to give our friend, Mr. Bebot, an update. Okay, now if we kill that, go again. Hopefully we can still log in, because I think we're setting durable objects to persistent. Yes. So now let's see if we can log in again. Or just reload the page. It's good. Log in. Perfect. Look at that. That's gorgeous. All right. Super happy with WeChat. Is WeChat using, what is it, libpurple? What is WeChat? Logout work? All right. Oh, an IRC client. Oh, nice. Nice. Let me check something. Gotta look up some nausea stuff. I gotta tell my wife that so she's looking at motion sickness medication at the moment. And for our daughter. Okay. I should ask her. I should ask her if she's dosing orally or rectally. Oh, my daughter would be so upset. And that's why you don't throw up in the car. Oh, you get the glove out. The kids will never vomit again. Uh, Sorry, it's funny. Uh, okay. Well, it looks like mini flare is working. It's all peachy. Well, let's review. What do we have to do to get mini flare working? We had to modify URL and then set up these bindings. After that, everything is a-okay. It's kind of crazy. So, see, did we have anything else? Oh, look at that. No way. Oh, is it storing this in plain text? Here, let's go look at the password. Let's go to the password hash. Okay. Password. Salt. Oh, great. Perfect. We are just, that's right. We're hashing the emails. This is nice because now I can actually look at the data. Oh, that is so cool. It's a nice side effect. Okay, so that's there. Oh, that's so cool. All right. Let's see. At this. Now let's add this to the ignore. So we should not have those in there. Okay, lovely. It's UI. Oh, that's right. And we also had that other issue with the crypto. Hmm. Good changes all around. What is that, 3, 4 days? Streaming days? Really? Oh, not all that much time. All right, so it's our build command. Build command is in the config file. Index.mjs. Oh, that's not it. uh, all right. My wife's response to whether or not she was giving the medication orally or rectally was that emoji. Oh, here it is. Node.js build. So we need to tell it to watch certain areas too. Feels like we should get ES build in here too. This one here is for the WASM, but we're going to need it again. Oh no, we're using SWC.rs. We're using SWC, the other one. Maybe we should just use ES build. Oh, but this one does TypeScript without the TypeScript compiler. It was such a tough choice. All right, back to the docs. Whatever. Um, Just build our TypeScript code in here. Is that what it's called? SPAC? SPAC. Shop smart. Shop. S-smart. Sorry. Where were we actually running that? Were we just running SPAC? Menace 40. Good morning. How are you? No. Okay. That's what we were doing? Great. Let's see. You didn't get the answer here. Spawn non-static feature with Tokyo. Oh, you know what? See, GoDev, I didn't update that today. So thank you for reminding me. Let's see, what are we doing? We're getting local dev environment up and running. There we go. Let's take a look at that link. I have an async method that should execute some futures in parallel and only return after all futures finished. However, it is passed some data by reference that does not live as long as static. It will be dropped at some point in the main method. Conceptually, it's similar to this playground. Now, Tokyo wants features that are passed to spawn to be valid for the static lifetime, because you could drop the handle without futures stopping. That means my above example produces this error. How do I spawn features that are only valid for the context that... Wow. Wait. Um, okay, if Alice doesn't know this, you're SOL, right? That's I mean, you got this fantastic answer back by Alice. Let's see what she said. It is not possible to spawn a non-static future from async rust. This is because any async function might be cancelled at any time. So there is no way to guarantee that the caller really outlives the spawned tasks. It is true that there are various crates that allow scoped spawns of async tasks, but these crates cannot be used from async code. What they do allow is to spawn scoped async tasks from non-async code. This doesn't violate the problem above, because the non-async code spawned them cannot be cancelled at any time, as it's not async. Ah, okay. So, so here you have parallel stuff, right? And uh, so you're thinking about, um, so you can spawn tasks from spawned tasks in Tokyo. Okay, so think about it from that perspective. And that this is because, let's see, this is because any async function might be cancelled at any time. Fine. To explain that, um, right, it's possible that whatever is actually polling the runtime cancels the runtime, regardless, at any point, just boom, dead, gone, right? There's no way to guarantee that the caller really outlives the spawned tasks. Yeah, and the caller might be. Yeah, so what does she mean there? There's no way to guarantee that the caller really outlives the spawned tasks. Well, the caller can be two things, right? It can be some other async task, or it can be a non-async task. And I think in this case, um, well, Tokyo is set up so that it's basically I wouldn't say it's reentrant, but you can kind of think of it that way, and that you can create spawned tasks from spawned tasks, right? And that means that the callers of those spawned tasks are also async. Um, and they might actually live in other threads. So they might outlive or might not outlive one or the other, right? Because of where the runtimes end up existing, you could have you could basically have multiple runtimes polling each other, or you could have multiple Tokyos polling each other. You could have a Tokyo on each thread. Let's say you had a 32 core box. You could have Tokyo on each one of those, which would be kind of silly, because you'd probably get better performance the other way. It depends. Depends on what your workload is. Um, but the caller really outlives the spawn tasks. Yeah. Because this is saying so much. This is because the async function might be canceled at any time, right? Be canceled by the caller. So there's no way to guarantee that the... Does she mean callee? Because yes, you could have the spawn tasks. Oh, wait. In Tokyo, use spawn tasks and you don't have to pull them, right? Like there's a way to do that. It is very abstract. Let's see. It's very flexible. Because there's like a spawn and detach, right? There. Returning a join handle. See. The spawn task may execute on the current thread, or it may be sent to a different thread to be executed. Yeah. Yeah, you can await the join handle for it. But in Tokyo, when you spawn something that goes on and lives somewhere else. So basically the the caller, right, that could have spawned your task, um, might have been shut down while the spawn task then goes on to do other things. So is it the lifetime of the specific task that he's talking about? Uh, of the data and the task, yeah. Got it? Okay. So the thing that spawned the task might end up going away while the task continues to live on, right? You have a spawn task, start tasks, and then the starter basically is done and dries up and withers and goes away. Yeah, yeah, like that. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, and then read the rest of that post in that light. It's yeah, mutable reference to the data. The data is sized, not a slice. It is possible to temporarily take ownership of it. That's a great response. Kill that. All right. So, all right. Now, if we are inside of Node and we wanted to call that function, talking about how they solve the problem at work. So, yeah. Tokyo area forever. So if you do have questions in Discord or etc., um, Alice definitely lurks in here. There's Carl. Where's Alice? There's Alice. Oh, very, very active. But yeah, if you don't understand anything else, feel free. Feel free to ask us too. All right. So what do we want to do here? Shell standard IO inherit. That's fine. That's fine. Oops, that's not it. Was it? There. If we didn't want to spawn a new one, how do we invoke that? Huh, I'll leave it. How you doing? Um, I'm doing well. It's going all right. Let's see. Okay, so it did the SPAC stuff first. And if we change the right file, where's our TypeScript here? It's just, it's not triggering. Okay, so we want that to trigger whenever we do that. We get that to trigger. Run mini flare. Watch true. Hmm. A shot. What? What? BalmerCon? What, what is this? A WASM? Well, it's Cloudflare says that it's actually an instance of V8. So taken from Chrome, basically. Is it a kind of free server? They do have a paid tier and a free tier. Um, yeah, so if you want info on this, it's under let's see, developers Cloudflare. Going to be down at the bottom in their workers. It'll be here. So if we go down to their security model, they've got a little picture in here that might help out. So basically, they will start up an instance of V8 to handle a request. And your WASM code ends up handling that request and returning a result. If you can get it to happen in under 10 milliseconds of like actual CPU usage, then it's free. Up to, what is it, 100,000 requests per day? I forget where it is. Platform limits. Yeah. Worker limits. 1,000 requests per minute or 100,000 per day. You get 128 glorious megabytes of memory. So, durable objects, yes. That's exactly it. To have access to durable objects, you have to have a paid for account. You get access to KV, not durable objects yet. No, get the mini flare docs again. Oh, you have to. I did not do that. You must also dispose if you're persisting KV catch. Well, how do we get to watch more? You found some WASM Edge runtime, which looks like providing something similar to Cloudflare. Oh, interesting. That's neat. Huh. What is it watching? Source maps, web standards, builds. Oh, build a watch path. Oh, here it is. All right, let's. Okay. Oh, okay. So can't include it more than once. Build watch path. Um, what does build base path do? Go back to custom builds. Yeah, path to run the build in and the path to watch. Okay. And I just give it that, give it everything, then it should just loop infinitely. Oh, wow. That did work. All right, so let's say, now if we click on the little M and the, oh, it's hiding behind me. Click on that guy there. It says hello world. Uh-oh. Why does it say hello world? It still says hello world. Yarn is faster and its CLI is a bit more ergonomic. In PM, which saves a lot of disk space by leveraging user-wide package cache and hard links. Ooh, wow. That is neat. That's neat. So where is it getting that script? Yeah, no, that's cool. So, and PNPM is an alternative, or is it just It's like a third choice. That is interesting. It behaves identically. Huh. Okay. Interesting. I think that it's not putting the file in the right directory. SPAC. It's supposed to go into dir name statics. Oh, but it doesn't upload it to the KV store. Okay, let's automate that. Ooh. No, what was it? It was okay. How do we do the environment though? This doesn't know about the environment. This just builds. Uh, I guess it could know. Now, if we wanted to run node with that flag, but have node run npm, basically at that point we would need npm as a dependency. Or we skip that. Because what is that doing? That's just doing a SPAC. across the environment there. Okay. So this will call run mini flare, and uses Wrangler's config. Which passes mode. And that'll have to pass in the E and V as well. Okay. Bindlings. What is bindlings? Odd. So if we do this, it loops forever? Why? So that one loops, the other one doesn't. Okay. Wait, what is this doing? Upload MF. I mean, it's supposed to output a whole bunch more. What's that do? Oh, it causes the build to be done. Oh. No wonder. Okay. I wonder if there's a way to then include this part here, this upload bit, with the other piece. Dispatching events. So for whatever reason, we're already inside of mini flare. And if we caused it to, what we're seeing, wait, no, not that, this one. What we're seeing is this here. Wonder why we're seeing that over and over and over again. What does that mean? All right. Looks like it doesn't support inception. And I really don't feel like rewriting this code here. I'd rather go through this mini flare-like thing. I got a haircut. Well, I shaved. Yes, I guess that's a haircut. Morning, Log 8. How are you? Doing all right? And what do we have here? Yeah, I was thinking that well, there could be some sort of event. Face haircuts are haircuts too. I've been all right. Been all right. Been stressful at work. Um, Node, WebStorm. Huh. Guess we could try that out. That could be cool. Been working 45 plus hours every week for the past 2+ months. Do I prefer touchpads or mouse? Ooh, let's go with we're gonna go with the ball. Or yes, rollerball. What do they call it though? Like for the PC. They've oh, trackball. It's trackball. Thank you, Xenocron. They've kind of gone out of fashion. I used to game with one of these. Oh, this was awesome. I had that thing so dialed in, I could just swipe, stop, and fire, and I'd be like front to back, just 180 degrees, just like boom, done. That thing was awesome. Back in the day, me and my crew, we played Counter-Strike. Decades ago. So many years ago. Goodness, how long has it been? Oh, good. What is it now? It is 23 years ago. And people are still playing Counter-Strike. Are they comfortable? I liked it. I liked it. They added gloves. What? Why wouldn't I keep playing Counter-Strike? Oh, well, it became different. Here, Counter-Strike. Why do you keep talking about gloves? What? Like, yeah, this is. I played it before that. And because Counter-Strike came out as this like plug-in to whatever it was, like the Half-Life stuff. Um, yeah, yeah, that's right. For Half-Life. So I played that version. Source, a remake of the original Counter-Strike, and the first in the series to run on Valve's newly created Source engine. So, yeah, I played it before Counter-Strike Source. Yeah. There we go. Counter-Strike. It was not developed by Valve. That's incorrect. Developed by Valve BS. I mean, I guess it's currently being developed by Valve, but there we go. Oh yeah, we were pretty good too back in the day. Anyhow. I wonder what the trackballs now, what they track with. Because this one, way back in the day, had little wheels, right? Because I imagine you can get laser trackballs. Thought I saw one in here. Ultra. Oh, glow laser trackball. Look at that. It's kind of fancy. Pew pew. Orbit? What? What does that mean? Huh. Weird. All right. You can see all the little glitter in there. Dual laser wired USB cable twist. Old mice still had a ball. Yeah, that's right. We're having to take the little thing out, clean them, scrape all the gunk off those tracking wheels. Oh well. So one of the build steps here. I'm chatting with Mr. Bebot here. Um, you're 21 and feel old for knowing all this. Remember when computers didn't have mice? One of the build steps should um, file a script file and then upload it to the KV store. All right, let's try this again. Go back. Oh, not there. Build here. Put that back. Run this again. Two colors, black and green. Guess I could try to watch this externally and start it up that way. That just seems like, I don't know, like it's not as well integrated. Should be fine because everything, I guess we're not using web sockets yet. Oh, Floppy disks? What size were your floppies, Senecron? What size were your floppies? Yeah, let's see, if it was restarting the whole thing, it should have done. I guess I could move the KV outside of the directory. A little wonky. Oh, might work. Let's try that. We're gonna go back into run mini flare. Here, KV persist, KV. I thought there was an option for that. KV persistence. Yeah, KV. Oh, you can provide it with a path, right? A string, yes. Okay. And let's move the other one. Move. What about the durable object persist? That's also a string. Okay. Let's say KV. Yeah. You know, let's just do it again. There we go. What am I doing? Here, this one. See, even then, doing too much. It's not doing the right thing. Oh, because my upload is wrong. Here. Huh. Okay. Let's try again. Huh. No dice. We need this for the namespaces. Odd. Because if we did this alone... Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Why? Is it running somewhere else? That should just work. It's a file we're in. Size not big enough. Oh, zip drives. Yeah, I remember zip drives. Store 100 megs on those. It's huge. Huge. Wow. So if we just did true on that, hold on, let's kill that. Run this again. Why is this broken now? Okay, we're not running this. Not running that. We're running this. All we added was console log. Mr. Halsey. How weird. There's nothing else running. How in the world? But nothing else there. Why does this not work anymore? That should break. Good. Couldn't open, yep, that file. Now calls build.js. Yeah. Well, yeah, I want some more logging. How do we bump up the logging on this? I think it might be trying to come through and do this again. I'm not sure. Yeah, let's just make some dinky little AV something. Let's copy the config. Wrangler Mr. Holiday to Wrangler miniflare.toml. Okay. So for this, we're just gonna gut this. All we want is that. No, we don't want anything else. Is that? That too? Uh, does it need ID, etc.? I hope not. Okay. We'll do that. Now let's see. Now we don't have to provide that. No more args. Rid of that. Unable to read dist shim. All right, so let's grab a little bit more so it knows where we're trying to put that. Okay. This is just build.upload. Hey, there we go. No matching rule. What? Oh, unable to resolve that and that. No matching rules. Grab that. Okay. Oops, one too many brackets there. Still an error. This shim.js. Why is it still looking for that? Got it right here. Well, it should import it. Well, let's do the dev now. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So yeah, I may have figured it out. The upload script was also trying to build using the same Wrangler config. Yeah. Now this here. Why is that not working? It's supposed to be. Oh, thank you for the follows, guys. I completely missed some of these. Thank you. This doesn't seem to be getting hit. I don't know if I care enough to fix that at the moment. Maybe we should just, well, it's fresh in our mind. Type error. Amap is not a function. Defaulting to empty string. That's fine, but shouldn't be that way. See, build.upload main. Right there. Why doesn't it see that? Oh, maybe it's in the other file? No, it would be right here. Yeah, let's put this back. Oh, we don't need it, do we? True. So it said to hello nobody. Oh, interesting. KV5. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. That is interesting. Because then we don't have to fire up the whole thing. Ooh, I like that. All right, let's see if this works, though. Reload that. It should say hello nobody. Yes, it does. And then if we change this, hello somebody, then maybe it reloaded? Who knows? Reload. Click. Hello, nobody. Oh. Oh, it's not doing the whole thing. Oh. Why? Why didn't it run the whole thing? Should have hit this too. Oh, okay. Bunch of white space there. Save it. Kicks off. Detects that that changed. Reloading. Reloading that file. Worker reloaded. Okay. But it did not rebuild everything. See, this should call the build script, right? Is it too small? Not calling this. But if we change the Rust code, this will get called? Let's check that. Okay. Change some Rust code. URL, whatever. Save a file. Ah, see, it's not doing it. I would have expected this section to get run. Feels like this is not getting run at all. Um, that calls build. Build does all of these things. Huh. Restart that again. So if we take an extra little bit away of what to watch, where to watch, and we change a file like that, and it actually goes through. What? Oh, it did the whole thing. Copy. Yeah, and then it builds the WASM. Okay. Well, that we reload here. Click. Hello, this is a test. Hello, somebody. Yeah, see, it didn't hit the right thing. I mean, we could move this. We could move this into the source directory. What a care then. Because now it'll watch the Rust code. Yes. TypeScript didn't kick it off. Rust did. And where does it say it's watching? Does it say? Hmm. Not that I see. Okay. Let's just move that one. Can we make a TypeScript directory in here? Okay. Now, where's the SPAC config? Yes, here we go. Source / TS / that takes it out to statics. Okay. Try again. Let's make a change. Close that one. Oh, it did it. Okay, so it put it in the right directory. Fairly quick. Yep. I'm just gonna have hello. Yeah. You're being able to add additional. Let's see. That's a horrible thing. Let's see. All right. Oops. Something went wrong. Really? Am I not logged in? I am logged in. Hmm. They don't want it. Do that later. Okay. So I think this is working. See, do we want to clean some of this up? There is, and that moved. Fine. Ooh, look at a little spider friend crawling across the ceiling. They're so fast. All right. A little hunter. All right. So where are we going with this? Where are we going? We need to improve this. Basically, this little M there. When I click on that, stuff's supposed. We'll have to come up with something else. That thing is gross. All right. Okay. Now we have to do setup again. And there. Good, because I did make a mistake. Fine. Login successful. Fantastic. Okay, but this down here, this little M, get that working. Basically, we need some way to edit the page. Excuse me. So when they click on that, what are we going to do? Probably slide the whole thing out, which means we need a little bit more for that in terms of what the div actually is and what it looks like. Means we also need to clip it or swap it out. Do I really care for the animation? No. Animations are great for helping people understand a UI, though, because you can move things together, you can fade things, you can help the mind understand which things are logically grouped together. We could just do a dialogue. We want this. We click on that. What happens? Toss up an iframe with a dialogue on it with a page. Then we're going to have to start communicating between these. Or do we... Oh, iframe. So. We really want to get into /edit on the page. Right? Like so. Login. All right, here's login. We go to edit login. It fails, right? Because here we're actually pulling the data out of the durable object as opposed to the key values one. We can import the data from the KV by doing /import. Import it from the KV into the durable object. And from there, login/edit again. And this time it pulled the values out of the durable object. So, oh, that whole system works. That's fantastic. However, I don't like the currently we just have this little icon on the bottom right. And if you click on the div, that whole thing moves. I think that's wrong. We should have that inside of a div. So only a portion of it's actually clickable. That actually changed that. If I just reload, right? We inspect this. No, it didn't. Wonder why. Did it break? Looks like it compiled. Oh, there it goes. Maybe it's just too quick. Want a diagonal. Yeah, like so. Basic markup, diagonal box, linear gradient. Okay. 45 degrees. Great. Do the transform. Skew transformation. Ooh, interesting. Oh, and then they skewed the outer one back. Hmm. Use a pseudo element. Hmm. I think this will get me what I want. Kind of like that. Neat. Oh, and you can hover over that. And light changes when you do that. Oh, look at that. Huh. Fancy. Well, we do that. I don't know. Let's do a sprite. I'm having, I don't know, I just don't feel it, you know? Like it's just not there. Because what I'm thinking is that we'll have something, right? Whatever's to the right, whatever's off screen is going to be like this block, right? And that's going to slide out. That'll be that one part. But the other piece, left there, that'll be this piece here. And I'm thinking triangle because I don't really have a great idea. Just because I think it would sit nice down in the corner there. You'd have a little triangle to click, right? Whoa, a little too much. Yeah, you could fill this hole in. Nice triangle there. Yeah, other than that, I don't really have a great idea. You know, some things come to you like, oh, this would be cool. It's just not there for this. I mean, it seems like animating it's probably the slickest thing we could do for it. And all this is going to do is provide you some options to either enter edit mode or create a new page. So why in the world would we slide this out for two options? Why wouldn't we create a dialog for that? I click on that, dialog fades in, you're done. If we do dialogue, I mean, that's all Bulma. I should check in on. Hmm. Modal overlay, launch modal example. Yeah, so basically we do this, right? You just click outside. Image modal, hard. This is kind of what I'm thinking, something more along those lines. It has a little bit more dialogue to it. This would work, but basically clicking on that would then just fade that in, which means we need to have that on the screen somewhere. We need to have this available. Either that or we just create it. I really don't want single page app, right? I don't want to like be creating these things on the fly, although we could. And if we're going to do that, fun to use. Here, let's go to, it's in here. Okay. Technology. PST. Yay, team. Collaboration tools, researching tools. All right, here we're getting close. Web frameworks, here we go. What was it called? It was, oh, it's not in there. I thought I saw something in here before. That wasn't React. That was like up and coming stuff. Of course. Web frameworks, here we go. Wow. React, Vue Express, threaded, wanted. It. Um, it was Svelte. Oh, that was last year's survey. Oh, you're kidding. All right. Now we're on 2021. Technology. Databases. Cloud platforms, web frameworks. Svelte is down there. I thought Svelte was higher on the list. I did. Newcomer. Oh. Newcomer Svelte takes the top spot as the most loved framework. Where was that? Oh, here. This is what I saw. Web frameworks. Loved versus dreaded. I was thinking maybe Svelte. Right, less code, no virtual DOM, really reactive. How would we use this though? Okay, lots of contributors, tutorials, docs, examples. Can we use TypeScript? Of course we can. CSS output. App.svelte. All right. First, I want to know what about TypeScript support? Preprocessor, such as Svelte preprocessor? Okay. Because if we can't use this with our just our current build setup, then we might have issues. Doesn't scale. So we could try to get this integrated. But we need to get Svelte. And Svelte with SWC? I don't know about that. Snowpack for Svelte revisited. Is this part of the same blog post? Okay, so it looks like it's possible. Anyhow, this was a demonstration purposes only to show you how easy it is to build a plugin in Snowpack with only a few lines of code. Okay. Let's go back and look at SWC to RS. Docs. Module config. Let's just go to their GitHub. Issues. Hmm. Something. Did Mr. Spider come and visit me? Really? I'm gonna have like creepy crawlies. I leaned on the green screen, and I think Spider onboarded. Okay. Well, it looks like we can create a plugin for it. We saw that over here. Oh, all this is doing is calling SWC. It's not as cool. What is going on? What? We could just go with ES build. Right? Does ES build do TypeScript? It does not do any type checking. Okay. Well, that sucks. Oh, and thank you for the follow. And where is Mitch? Mitch is like falling off the. I'm gonna restart Mitch. Okay. That Mak Yang Jong, thank you for that follow. I am pretty darn good at butchering handles. All right. Module config. What about plugins? Hey, Togglebit. Raid and run. Happy Tuesday. And thank you. How's everyone doing? well, can bring you up to speed here. We have been working to update some of our project to use local development, right? And thank you. Was that Jensina07 and Blind Banana for the follows? Thank you. Now, we have a project that we call mimeograph. You wish GitHub worked. Yeah, I saw that earlier. It was on 500s, huh? So we're working on mimeograph, which I don't actually host on GitHub, but it's on source side. Now, we just finished getting it working locally. So you can see it's doing a 404 there. We can go to the admin section. We can click on users, stuff like that, right? And it can pull data out of Cloudflare's key value store and also the durable objects. So all of that is working. And now we finally got it working locally. That's really going to help with our velocity. The next piece is to actually get this little button here working and building the way we want it to. So we're looking at web frameworks. I was thinking of trying out Svelte for fun. Right? I want something that's super light and isn't going to be too burdensome here. And I've heard good things about it. It was in that let's see, up and coming frameworks here on the Stack Overflow list. Hey, 715209, how are you doing? How are you? So this is where we were looking, and it looks like, you know, we'll try it out, but we're trying to figure out how to plug it into our TypeScript compiler because we're not using the regular TypeScript compiler. Guess we could. I don't really want to use Webpack. We just got rid of Webpack. Let's see. We don't want to transform React. We want to transform something else. There's React. We don't want to do that. Const modules, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, so it might not work with that. If we did use the TypeScript compiler, is it typescript.com? What is it? Or typescriptlang.org. We would have to use TSC. Right. Then how do we use that with Svelte? Svelte preprocess. You can run type checking from the command line via Svelte check. To declare the type of reactive variable in Svelte template, you should use the following syntax. Ah, that looks like TypeScript. You import a type or interface, make sure to use TypeScript's type modifier. So let's take a peek at Svelte preprocess. Oh, Moscowish. How you doing? Thank you. The least worst framework. For PostCSS, SCSS, less stylus, CoffeeScript, TypeScript, Plug, or Pug, and much more. Wow. Okay, what is it? Okay. With sensible defaults and support for PostCSS, okay, same thing. What is it? Svelte's own parser understands only JavaScript, CSS, and HTML-like syntax to make it possible to write components in other languages, such as TypeScript or SCSS. Svelte provides the preprocess API, which allows to easily transform the content of your markup and your style/script tags. Writing your own preprocessor for SCSS is easy enough, but it can be cumbersome to have always configure multiple preprocessors for the language you'll be using. Svelte preprocess is a custom Svelte preprocessor that acts as a facilitator to use other languages with Svelte. Okay. They added first-class TypeScript support into Svelte. Really? Oh, I just looked at their... Well, look at that. Tighter's TypeScript Svelte integration. Oh, hello. As the Northern Hemisphere heats up, Svelte has stayed cool with lots of performance and bug fixes, better TypeScript support, and lots of new components and tools from around the ecosystem. Well, that's nice. Adapter node now pre-compresses assets using gzip and broadly. Support for TypeScript transpilation has been added to the SvelteKit package tooling. Okay. Huh. So I guess we could look at SvelteKit. You get auto completion for props, events, stores, action slots, and everything else under the sun. Wow, nice. It requires the user to have TypeScript installed. That should be the case if he uses TS. Ah, okay. SvelteKit, the fastest way to build Svelte apps. I'm not familiar with this. Interesting. Dogs. Before we begin, SvelteKit is in early development. Okay. What is SvelteKit? Framework for building extremely high-performance web apps. Two concepts. Each page of your app is a Svelte component. You create pages by adding files to source routes. Okay. These will be server rendered so that the user's first visit to your app is as fast as possible. Then the client-side app takes over. Interesting. I see, it's opinionated. It does sound very opinionated. Because I'm not going to have anything on the server that's going to pre-render these. I want it for just client-side stuff. All right. If I just want client-side, then it's possible still using and building in static mode. I see. Hooks. Because I'm not really going to be using Svelte for the server-side rendering. I'm using Rust with mod. And this might mean that this is just a bad choice. Single page out mode. What are my constraints? Question. So on the server, I can't run anything like this, right? Just not going to happen. I would like to just use this for some client-side stuff, but I think that it's going to be too much. Maybe we should just stick with maybe some vanilla. Lit? Suggest lit? I've never heard of lit. On a technology called web components. I am familiar with, I've heard of web components. Let's go with styles. Because really all we're looking to do is create the editor interface for Webpack editor mode, right? Not Webpack, WordPress, Wix, that sort of thing, right? So if we're building out this serverless WordPress, all of those extra little controls and things, that's gonna all of that extra stuff. Kind of what you see is what you get. You're basically going to be adding widgets to a page, and then the pieces for actually editing them. Now, we can ask the server to render templates and inject them on the client. We could do that. So maybe I mean that wouldn't be horrible. Very dynamic with lots of moving parts. Yeah, part of this mental exercise is to not put a lot of logic in the client. Keep it simple. Keep it really simple. And we're also making this for, say, technophiles, right? People that are not great with technology. Yeah, not React. No, I do React all day. I want something else. All right. Because I think a lot of this, I don't want to be downloaded onto the client, right? I don't want a single page app. So if we could come up with something that instead and basically have the server react and push some content, that would be fine. So maybe if we go to our index, we do like a fetch here. Something like that. Want a single page app? I do that all day, and I'm not really interested in, doing that. I kind of want to stretch outside of that and say, like, what are other ways of doing it? And can you make it better than a single page app? Can you make it faster, more reactive? And one of the ways with single page apps to make them faster is to only load parts of the code at a time. Well, what if you didn't have to load any of the parts of the code? Right? Well, it's going to load faster, right? You're going to load just what you need. Yeah, I think we could actually get it to the point where it's faster. Waiting for the server on each click is the reason why most sites are slow. But we're not going to make most sites. That's a great point. And that most backends are slow. Yeah. Blazor server? Most internet connections are slow, yes. Which is also why I don't want to have a huge download. So, not really the backend's fault? No. I mean, yesterday I spent 12 hours optimizing a React app because it's becoming sluggish. And I do that a couple times a year because React, right? Just the way that it updates and the way content, etc. And the way that it's interacting with our data store. So, I mean, client-side apps chew up a huge amount of power on mobile devices, on, laptops, etc. when they don't have to. Okay, so what would be my requirements for this? It would have to be microscopic, but not just tiny, microscopic, right? And Svelte kind of seems to advertise that. Um, can't wait for React server components. Yeah, it doesn't bundle a runtime in the traditional sense. So, let's say I was using Svelte for a single page app mode, right? Oh, where was it? CDN.js. I want to see what they have here. So if it doesn't bundle a runtime in the traditional sense, Guess I don't know enough about Svelte. All right. So tell me about Svelte. What can we do with Svelte? Let's go. No virtual DOM. Reactive. Svelte REPL. This here? Hmm. It's basically just, I guess it's kind of React-like. It's functions. No VDOM, huh? Hmm. So how would I get this sitting on top of my own app, right? Because basically this is going to be sitting on top of some other web page. Would it be possible? Okay. Lit.dev. Next tab over. And where was this on the big list here? Oh, it's not in there. Tutorial. It's only best for heavy computations. Well, it's not. I'm doing a lot of stuff with Rust at the moment, and you could do just about everything you wanted. Wow, with WASM on a web page. Lit was made on the corpse of Polymer.js. Huh. Well, components. Oh, and the Jesus himself. Thank you for the follow. Directives. It's quite a bit in here. You? I have looked at you. But if we're rendering on the server, we're using mod because it's tiny. It's awesome. Fully vanilla by building up to minimal amount of functionality. Yeah, kind of leaning that way, but you can get rendering from a string template in a few hundred bytes. I don't know that we actually need that. See, I don't think we need templates. Because in this case, like the very first thing that we're gonna do, right, come back here. We're gonna have something. Let's get rid of that. We're gonna have some little thing in the corner. You're gonna click on, right? Click on this thing over here. Let's fill that in because. All right, so you click on that, and then some dialogue shows up, right? It's like, hey, do you want to edit? What do you want to do? Right? Do you want to edit? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? What do you want to do? So you click one of the buttons, right? If you go into edit mode, the URL changes, the page re-renders, and it ends up with a lot more server-side stuff on the page. Okay? So then at that point, once the whole thing is re-rendered, we'd have the page components, sitting there, the different pieces of the page, and they would have little buttons like there. Whoa, what is that? See-through, apparently. Button up there, edit me, right? Some little controls there that would basically. Okay. And we could set this up so that dialogue is actually server-side rendered, just like an iframe or something too. So we could do that. The Id of Alan. Thank you for that resub. Thank you. So we can actually do this with very little on the client side. We just need enough to glue it together. Would provide worse UX? Well, how would it provide the worse UX? Because you would save and then 150 milliseconds later it's updated? I'm a little hesitant to say that it's going to be that much worse. I think it's going to load faster. You think so? I don't know. Sure, I think it's the best case scenario. Yeah. I mean, if you're whatever for React is also horrible. And I'm trying to keep everything below that. Lit is made by Google. But yeah, I just don't want to download a giant web framework. I mean, if it was tiny, maybe. But then all the supporting JavaScript for all the transforms, all that stuff's gonna have to be on the client. React all day long at work. React all day long. And we're always making trips to the server for data. Right? Why can't that just be the result? Why do I have to get the data, retrieve it, compute a result, and then put it in the page? Right? How is that any faster? I'm still waiting for the data. the mutation. I mean, it seems like you still go through that round trip, right? Download an app. Yeah, yeah, I know what predict is. It is tiny, but then you say, okay, it's tiny plus all of the client-side code that you got to do along with it. I mean, here, mental exercise, right? I just bear with me and help me out with this. All right. So normally, right, with let's say React, right? This is React. Okay. You have some sort of big download on the client. So you have something here, right? This is the client, this is the browser. Then you have the server, right? So the first thing you do is load a ton of JS, right? And then once that's done, then you make a request to the server to fetch some data because it wasn't included to begin with, right? And we're going to just ignore those two pieces. We're going to say, hey, this whole thing was already set up. Everything's loaded. How do we go from there? Why fetch the data twice more to get to the edit? It can also work offline. Oh, I don't want that. No, no, no offline. It's a website. You can edit websites online. No, because then you have to deal with conflict resolution, and for that, mm, I've done that before. That is a challenge. All right, so let's bump up the size here. So let's say that you needed to say, I'm going to edit a component on the page, right? To start with that, you first have to tell the server you're going to lock that component, right? Like I am taking control of this component. So you say, we're locking this, right? And that's a 100 millisecond round trip. 150, best case scenario, right? So you have to wait for that anyways. I don't know. I know, but it's going to be the same for either one, right? Because either case, whether or not you've got React or vanilla, it's going to be the same because either one has to say lock, and that's an L, lock. Okay. So neither one is winning yet. And then when that comes back and says, hey, you're good, right? Let's say that's been 500 milliseconds or a second. Let's say you're on satellite, right? So it takes you a second. Still no winner. In this case, with vanilla.js, you can actually have the rendered HTML for the result and stuff that into a div. Here, you would have some sort of data, right? And you stuff that into a div after rendering it, right? So you might have a couple more millisecond time there. Lots more about the, okay, so here, just convince me we should go with React here, because I'm not seeing it, and you probably see something that I don't. And when I say React, that could be any of these client-side single page app things. One or the other, either will basically be fine. Yeah, I think the initial load of less than 2 seconds is acceptable when the rest of the experience is smooth as butter. What site do you go to that loads in less than 2 seconds? Hacker News? Hacker News loads in less than 2 seconds. See? Less than 2 seconds. That's fast. Are you cheating? Yeah. So I like this. This is clean, it's fast. Now, when we click here, I mean, it looks like it's loading a new site. Is this a single page app? So you don't have to download it every time you click a button? I I think it's going to be so we're talking in milliseconds, right? Oh, that's Gatsby. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. We're talking in milliseconds. So it would be a fraction of the total time, right? I mean, it's not going to be 100 milliseconds on the server. That would be maybe 10. That'd be like max 10 milliseconds. For our most complicated thing that we're doing. I think we got it up to 12 milliseconds once, but everything's been very, very quick. You have a proof of concept for this? Um, well, so far, like these pages here, um, here, if we go to mimeograph, Mr. Halsey. Okay, so we're still logged in, right? And this is all server-side rendered. This is serverless on Cloudflare's Edge network. So if we just reload 109 milliseconds with all the content, right? What I'm expecting is that the HTML portion would be the only extra piece, right? When you make that fetch to the server, you have this sort of transaction happening. The timing's on this, 13 plus 12, yeah. So for me, it's about 115, 120 milliseconds. I have cache disabled here. Yeah. I mean, the other thing, isn't WordPress all SSR? Um, well, this is going to be using the same, basically the same technology. That's pages admin. That's this. Append something to the DOM? Yes, but it's a sunk cost, right? It has to make the round trip anyways. So if you, because you have to start by locking, and to lock, you have to tell the server. And most of that round trip isn't going to get any faster. So basically with the user editor stuff, here, you basically have something like this. That'd be one of the widgets, right? And you would click edit and we'd have something that would allow you to change some of this, right? Yeah, yeah. Although by this point, you should have been able to renegotiate your window sizes larger because you've already made initial connection, even for SSL. So it could arrive in a single packet because your window size is larger at this point. So that 1 kilobyte rule is true for the first packet. Question is this more complex than a single page application? I don't think so. I think it actually becomes simpler. The pages basically have to render in two modes anyways, right? One, where they're fed out of the durable object, like that there. Right? And when that happens, we'll decorate each of these widgets with a little bit more HTML. And then the non-durable object case, where it's loading out of KV, which is globally distributed, right? Every request isn't that limit. See it being responsive enough. The question is, yeah. So, and I've seen this with Phoenix Framework. What did they call that? They called that did I throttle my connection when making the request? I didn't. Here. 2G. Let's do 2G. Reload. Done. Oops, I forgot to show everything. There we go. Reload. Yeah, and that's not bad for 2G. It was 50 kilobytes and loaded in 1.85 seconds. Oh, I know, but 2G is awful, right? So regular 4G, LTE, right? There, half a second. And if we enable caching, it's still half a second because we haven't optimized this. So, I mean, that's fine, but this is including all of the other assets, not just the HTML. So where I was going with this was with Phoenix here. They had live view, this thing here, which is really, really cool. Okay, here, I'm going to kill the audio from the music. I might be able to hear this. Oops, that's not killing the music the right way. Where's the music there? Pause that. Here. Not full screen. Just come on, YouTube's. Theater mode. Skip the ad. Okay. We're going to skip to the end. Spoilers. Now, he's working locally, right? So he needs a de-esser. See, so sharp. So now, while ours isn't going to be just like that, right? The the idea is the same. So let's try it. So if we are doing that, why did Johnny fail his programming class? His mom kept telling him to do his homework. No ifs, ands, or buts. Oh, that's a good one. We're going to save that one. It auto size that. Nice. All right. So we'll grab that, but we're going to need to know a couple things, aren't we? Um, Target. Should we use iframes? I prefer not to. So we need enough on the client to be able to have that sort of reaction. The other thing that, and if we did that, then we would be able to see other people at a, yeah, then we would just need something client library good enough, small enough to be able to create and attach these. Am I going to keep track of the DOM on the server side? Well, we've got that solved already. So on the server side, we have this page, durable object. Okay. And the durable objects are basically broken down. Excuse me, not the durable objects. The page is broken down into nodes. Okay. And you could lock an individual node for editing. So multiple people, let's say you have 100 people editing 100 different widgets on the page at the same time. That should be possible because, yeah, we'll have a unique ID on every element. Yep. Oh, yes, yes. That is a great idea. It is simple. It's clean. It's like that's boom, done, right? Yes. That is nice. I mean, that's a fantastic way to go. Time for some water. The other piece that we need is editing, right? And while we could do it in place, I don't think that's what we should do. I think we could use a dialogue. It's something that pops up and, and is a little bit more, a little bit more than what's on the page. Because I want the widgets on the page to look like what the user would see. So yeah, we're going to need some sort of widget editor on the client. And most of that is going to be depending on the widget itself. So currently most of the widgets are, I don't know, they're rather high level. Editing in place could also work. Yeah, but I think that opening up a dialogue, having your focus on a single widget, it also solves some other problems in that you're not editing multiple things at one time. Um, and it has that transaction. We go into something, we go out of something, right? And it's simple for people to see and understand, right? Like, oh, I can't access the other thing. So you get that mental model that you're inside of this. Yeah. So I think that's the direction we're gonna go. I really like those ideas. Because it's just gonna be sending back and forth JSON, right? Um, but I don't know exactly how we're gonna do the editing in place, the model. I have an idea for the rich text. It's gonna be fairly simple. Um, it's basically gonna need I know. Do we even need JSON? Maybe, maybe not. The problem is that this is basically what a widget is. This is a widget here, and it has children. And then here's a widget, right? And it would be possible for you to just edit this columns widget. And then while somebody else is editing the inner column widget. See, that there is possible because each widget is going to be independently locked. So even though there's a nested structure, it gets flattened on the server side. If you're going to change the hierarchy itself gets locked. So yeah, I think that'll work. Um, where's the paragraph one? Pages test. Yeah, like here. This one actually has some content. Here's our rich text. Value, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to have real-time collaborative editing. I am basically forced into that situation because of the locking. So in order to have the locking and to push the locking as far forward as you can, you end up creating real-time collaborative editing. Yeah. Because you're either going to be locking the page, right? Which kind of sucks. Or you're going to be locking something as small as possible. And I went with the smallest possible route. So I think that'll work. We'll just have to have something on the client that knows the difference between these properties so that we can show how to edit it differently. In some cases, it'll be a checkbox. In some cases, it'll be a dropdown. So we'll have to be able to express that. You know how you said that a model would pop up with the widget that you're editing? Yes. Does that need to be sent with every request? The modal does. The model doesn't. No, I'm thinking just the contents. Yeah. I see. I'm willing to have the, well, let's call it the properties editor be a client side thing. Yeah. And that could be some JavaScript that ends up living inside of this here. And that would only be downloaded. That script tag is already set up to only be included if you're in edit mode. So that's already optimized. All right. I like the way that this is going. Here, let's go back to to-do. Just gonna add some notes in here. Editing a widget shows the property. An interesting approach. I'm hoping that it also is simple enough that it's one thing that you have to learn, right? Because I'm not targeting people that are very technical. So I really want it to be simple, right? You do the same thing for everything, right? You click the edit button. Now you can edit, right? You can change the properties for it, right? Currently, it is not persistent with WebSockets. However, Cloudflare supports all the best protocols, so it is very likely that we have a persistent connection. HTTP2, right? But we can use WebSockets for this, and we have access to WebSockets. I think even Miniflare supports WebSockets. Load that up. I just don't know what the pricing is going to be for any of this. But if we're only using it for editing, that's fair. So having that set up, absolutely possible. And then you would be able to see other people's edits in real time if you were in edit mode. Well, if two people are editing the same widget at the same time, the first one getting the lock wins. So that would work with HTTP or not, right? Or WebSocket. And then we'd have some sort of default timeout, like, oh, you can only edit a widget for 15 minutes or something, right? Or half an hour, whatever it is. And yeah, then there'd be some other scenario where users can break locks, right? So let's say you had some, or I had something locked and I went home for the day, but you had to make some sort of emergency change. You could do that. Yeah, and time them out. But WebSocket would be interesting for this and doable. So we might go with that. Um, but I got to prep for a meeting. But I think this is what we're going to be working on next year. Let's put these there. Am I the only Rust streamer at the moment? Wow. Come on, you guys, you gotta start streaming Rust. Let's see, who should we raid today? I was watching this guy yesterday, Boppy Games. It's kind of fun. It isn't yet. No, it's not. Um, I mean, parts of it are, but most of it's not. But yeah, I really don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I mean, if it starts to make money for me, then no. But yeah, not yet. Not yet. It's easier to give than take away, so yeah. No. We're gonna raid Boppy Games. It's got some cool stuff going. You'd be interested in making a proper framework out of this idea of reactive SSR? Yeah. That'd be cool. All right. But I've got like 30 seconds. So till next time, y'all. Bye bye.